Ah, wrong screen. I'm here. I'm here in my folding chair. I'm ready to stream. I do want to start the stream very quickly because I didn't get an opportunity to do this, but I want to thank everyone who was sweet and kind and donated over the Christmas holidays, both for the FistQuest stream, which I've given enough thanks for that, but I really want to emphasize like how grateful I am for everyone who participated in that. But the other thank you is for all the folks who sent money to Throne, so I was able to afford my gaming chair. Not gaming chair, it's an office chair. That office chair is going to saved my life. Because, my current chair is still broken. I threw it out. I'm sitting in a fold-up chair that we use for guests. Now, according to Throne, it is still processing. Don't know what's going on with that. It's been processing for a few days now. Hopefully that changes soon. But we'll see. We will see. But again, I want to thank everyone who donated. Big thank you as well to Rarnix, who donated one of the last big chunks of the remainder. Nix is a fantastic streamer and a good friend and someone I'm happy to know and to have worked with. In terms of other news, like, not a whole lot's happened. Basically, Christmas happened. It was nice. It was quiet. I got a little bit of money from my brother. I used that to buy myself some nice little gifts. I got a new controller that'll be coming on Wednesday. Maybe. That order hasn't processed either. I think there's maybe some issues Amazon side, potentially, with all the recent post-Christmas orders. Hey, Slugs. That's another person I need to shout out. I'll do the chatbot command. But yeah, no, Slugs is great. They are a delight. But yeah, no, Christmas is crimbiv. I worked yesterday because it was, it's Boxing Day, which is like a big sales day here in Canada. I know, Boxing Day is also a big deal in Europe. I think in Britain. But the thing is, the mall I worked in was busy. My store was not. It's because, you know, what's in the mall? There's an Apple store. There's a Pottery Barn. There's a Foot Locker. Bunch of clothing stores, right? That's where people are going. There was a huge lineup outside of Lululemon, right? I work in a place that sells loose leaf tea. Who's coming in for that on Boxing Day? Not to mention, all of our best deals were before the holidays. Every day up to Christmas Eve, we had to buy two, get one free. And that was an amazing deal. The website had 12 daily different sales that were like huge discounts. Way better deal. For Boxing Day, our deal was some seasonal items are half off. Like, okay. Mixing up a Wraith here, because I'm a little sleepy. I was about to say not sponsored. I am technically sponsored. I don't promote their products too frequently because it's caffeine, and everyone has their own caffeine intakes, but they were nice enough to provide me with a discount code. If you do want to check out their website, I'm making a blueberry lemonade, because I had the packet sitting around. I'm rambling. I'm a little sleepy. But, yeah, no, my holidays were pretty quiet. Did a few different things. Yesterday was supposed to be a family gathering, but on top of me working and my parents' car breaking down, nobody here was really able to get to it. That, and there was also the snowstorm, which hit more parts of Ontario worse than it did here. So some people were kind of landlocked. It is a little unfortunate. The one year that my family was feeling safe enough to want to do a big family gathering, they couldn't. I specify that because I don't feel safe. COVID didn't magically go away because we all got sick of it. Don't forget that. Anyway, we're going to be doing a bit of Rumbleverse. Now, I did actually take the time this morning to make a special Spotify playlist. I don't know if I'm going to share it or not. It's literally just an aggregate of video game music that I know won't get me copyright claims. And that's why I made it. So, let's go. No further ado. Let's just get into the Rumble. Get the tunes going. So, regen, stamina while blocking, revive people, outlast rumblers. We got super vicious, break targets, play matches. Easy, easy, easy. If you're curious about the weekly set, clown. You can get a clown outfit. I don't want it. I want the nose. That's it. Hey, this is also terrible. This is tempting now. That is tempting. But I like the look I got going right now. Huh. Huh. Well, I'll have to look into this. Because that actually looks kind of sick. I like the hair.
This is Skip Lucker, proudly reporting for Grappling.
So I was,
Yes, this is gonna be a day to remember.
I watched like a good random mix of YouTube videos, but the other day I was watching a few videos discussing Windjammers, which is a game that I had not thought about in a very long time. And then I remembered that it was on Game Pass. Windjammers 2 was. And it got me thinking that, like, I want to learn it. I think I want...
Reminds you that there is nothing better than chugging a bunch of dairy and then exerting yourself physically.
Like, I want to, I think if I was gonna learn a fighting game, that would definitely be on the list. Though I don't really know if you would call Windjammers a fighting game. Windjammers is just Pong with extra steps.
3, 2, 1.
But it reminded me a lot, too, of Knockout City. And that I should maybe revisit Knockout City as well when I get the chance. Just been lazy. And Lethal League. Oh, man, I should have got some Lethal League music on this playlist.
Hey, could you do me a solid and wait to wreck
Next time.
something until after I get my lunch
Ooh.
order?
Strong start. Well, I'm glad everybody just fucked off, and I'm just here. Gonna get my stuff, and then, you don't get away from me that easily. Especially not when I got the chancla.
Could this ring get any smaller?
Where you going? 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 You think you're safe. You are, because I missed. Whatever. I'm gonna take my anger out on this dude.
Hard-won elimination from one of our most promising competitors.
I want you dead! Good block. Won't save you from this, though. All right. I mean, he dies on his own terms, I guess. And you know what? Good on him, I guess. I don't know. And let's get a bit of stamina here.
Incoming! Who's gonna get these beautiful grapes?
A lot of stuff is just kind of happening. There we go. There we go.
Elimination, but now
Just clean
you see
inputs.
What an entertaining cycle we're all trapped in.
Ooh, nice. Absolutely take that. And that. So I will admit that this playlist kind of goes all over the place because I've pulled video game music from like 7 or 8 different video games.
Such a pose.
Come-
Why am I getting emotional?
Some absolute, like, some real good soundtracks, some really good games. Cannot recommend, like, this is from Arcadegeddon. Cannot recommend Arcadegeddon enough. Fun little roguelike, roguelite, I should say, roguelite shooter. Alright. Won't kill, though. Clean. No!
They brought a towel.
God damn. Well, hey, that's how it goes. I think I leveled in the... Yeah, I did. I got the head. They got the sparkly cloth texture down good, which makes sense, because if you're going to have wrestler attire, it should look good. Yes, there is Undertale music in here. Because how could there not be?
Hi there, Rumble fans. Despite earlier reports of some snow and rain, it looks like it will be sunny with clear skies all day and all night. Everyone loves a cannon firing. Everyone except my cat Vixen.
Yeah. Every time I jump back into this game, everything just kind of clicks. You know what I mean? It's one of the very few games that I'm just so confident in.
10, 9, 8,
I'm ready to make this, like... Since it came out, it's basically a game I've played the most consistently. Alongside Blood Hunt, but at the same time, I just kind of... I don't know why I fell off of Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt. Really, just... I don't know. I think I wore myself out on it.
looks like all our competitors have made safely.
But I might have to jump back in, because they did add a new...
Feeling peckish during the match. Fresh, delicious chicken is
They added a new Ventru,
absolutely
and I want to check him out.
If you're willing to fight for it, it'll perk you right up. Squats, where champions eat.
I guess, like, the one complaint that I have for Blood Hunt is that it's a game with a battle pass system, and in fact, it's one where they added smaller recurring battle passes. However,
Right here, when you compete at this level, those are the types of eliminations you dream about.
the one issue with that I want to point out is that they didn't make gaining XP any easier. It was literally just... here's like a 50 level battle pass for 2 months. However, we've added no new challenges to speed up XP gain, and have in fact slowed XP gain down. So leveling just instantly felt sluggish,
The ring might be
and it really shouldn't have.
It's just getting started.
And the price of a lot of cosmetics was just really steep, considering it was basically like $5 for a hairstyle, which is just too much in any video game. The lesson was learned by Infinite, who decided to correct a lot of its aesthetic, or not aesthetic. It corrected a lot of its monetization by just adding more items for your dollar, which I think is the better way of doing things. If you don't want to lower the price of a cosmetic item in your shop, just add more cosmetic items. What Rumbleverse did is actually that occasionally you will find single items on the shop for cheaper that are normally part of a package deal. Because the assumption is, like, somebody probably just wants one part of the outfit and doesn't want the whole thing, which is a good assumption. And I think more games should kind of run off of a similar system to that. Somebody already ordered a chicken. Honestly, I just wish that we lived in a system where we didn't need to monetize every little thing, and that we didn't hinge exclusively off of profit. I'm stuck. Cool.
Looks like their opponents will have to keep trying. They're not going down that easily.
Cool. I got completely outplayed. Cannot. Don't know who Minishi is, but yeah, no, they completely outplayed me. That was just calculated gameplay all the way through. Didn't get a chance to move. Because why would they give me a chance to move? Why give your opponent any breathing room? Honestly, I added this because it's my intro, but at the same time, like, I don't know. There's a lot of other, like, battle songs from Earthbound that I wanted to add to this playlist, but there's not really a whole lot of older music from video games on Spotify. I was really hoping to find literally any Splatoon music. None of that made it to Spotify. There's a few remixes that people have done, but not, like, official game songs, you know? I'm just thankful that the Neon White soundtrack absolutely slaps. It takes up the majority of this. This reminds me that I need to listen to Machine Girl more. Kirby Robobot's on Spotify. Oh, interesting. And of course some of the Sonic. Oh man, I gotta add some Sonic. The thing with a lot of the Sonic music is it's very lyric heavy. Not to say that every song in a Sonic game is, but like the most memorable ones are lyric heavy. And I was just kind of hoping to grab some, just some background music more than anything. So there's always a way you can tell when someone's a bot. And is if you do a clash and there's no immediate follow-up. Also, their name is John Cena. No, I need that atomic punchline, actually. So I'll take that. But yeah, this playlist will expand as time goes on.
Let's see if they can capitalize on it. Yes!
All right. Game's often padded with bots, but landing combos still feel satisfying. Give me Diamond Crusher. Give me my baby. Love that move.
It's all part of the rumble.
Good dodge. Well, you're not gonna fight? I'll just regen stamina. Get this weekly knocked out.
That's the way to unearth some goodness.
It's a football! I chiseled it! It's a stone, Luigi. Me first.
For the highlight reel.
Whoa! That won't kill.
That was clean. They're out.
I didn't think waking up with an atomic punchline was going to be the answer in that.
And there goes the raid. Watch out.
I don't have any attack up at the moment. It's a bit unfortunate.
Beautiful great. It's an elimination. They're out. A delicious finisher. Just like the new protein cheesecake at Squat's Chicken.
It is very funny hearing an ad read on top of this song to me. Because I associate it with Alpharad used to do ad reads to Dating Start, I remember. I haven't watched an Alpharad video in forever. Since the last time I played Smash. Wonder how he's doing. I know he got married at like 22, which blew my mind. Straight people are wild.
And a move that can really define a fight. Oh, that's one hit you don't want to be on the receiving end of. Massive hit there.
Oh.
Your skill on display right here. When you compete at this level,
Well,
those are the
die.
types of eliminations you dream about.
What else do you want me to say but die?
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Salty bucket. Oh god, that fry to salt ratio is awful.
Question about it. This Rumbler is looking to win. Yes. 6, 5, 4.
Okay. Just want to make it into the inner circle here. There we go.
Oh, here we go. More breaks are headed your way.
No attack up, huh?
That's what I call the Rumble. Look at that. I can't believe it. What a display. We're in for a show now, folks. My goodness. What an elimination.
Yes, I'm spamming.
This is physical smash mouth rumbling.
No, I don't care.
A buttload.
Where's my targeting going? Where is my targeting going? Like, lock on.
Stop there. But can they capitalize on it? Elimination.
Yeah, fuck it. Just want to cap out. And stamina will come in handy. Oh, and of course, as soon as I decide not to wait on an attack up, I find an attack up. Is this dude botting? Even with the timing changes, the Dolphin Dive Diamond Crusher combo still works beautifully.
Great.
Where are you? Where are you? There you are.
Like you don't want to get on their bad side.
Oh, okay. I mean, that just kind of happened. Kind of getting sick of this dude. I actually genuinely can't tell if this is a bot or not.
Eight, 7. That Whooper is going into overdrive. I hope they stretch beforehand. I'd hate for them to cramp up.
No, I wanted to not do that move. Hey! Caught off the ball. And I'm gonna eat their chicken. Oh, shit. I actually don't know if I have the time. I don't know if I have the time. I don't know if I have the time. Top 3. Don't care. Ah, shit.
The fighters have landed. 9, 8, 7, 6, precision fans at?
I love that line. Where are my precision fans at? Good block.
7, 6, 6.
All right, we're going to be annoying. Are you ready? Are you ready to be annoying? Oh, I missed. Hey, what if you played a fighting game where one of the neutrals you could use was just a stun that didn't let you do anything? Like, it didn't do any damage. But that was just your opener. It's just stun. Then you'd just be playing For Honor. Man, isn't that annoying? That I can just do that, and you can't do anything about it? Man, isn't that really annoying? Man, it must be really frustrating. Okay, you can roll out of it. Most people don't. Interesting to see them do the dolphin dive, dodge, and then do the grab. But I think maybe it's because that grab doesn't have as much iframes. No, that's just Diamond Crusher. You don't need to dodge to time the Diamond Crusher. You can just do it. I don't really know what dodging accomplishes there. I guess it's flashy, but like... Yep. I'll see where I'm at on challenges here. 600 out of 5,000. Yeah, well, to be fair, it's a weekly. It was never going to be that easy. There's a cyberpunk outfit in the store right now, and I'm very tempted by it. Because you get a robot arm. But also you get this jacket, and that's 100% a trans flag.
Hi, I'm Skip Pleggerday, and it's a beautiful day here in Capital City. I hope you're ready to have a good time.
Now, every time I think about this song, I think about that dude dancing to it on TikTok. Which,
If you're Irish whipped in, there's no getting out.
One of the comments on it was just like, my boy getting rambunctious on the beat. And I think about that a lot.
Fighters have landed.
Definitely a highlight of all the boss music in Undertale. I mean, like, Undertale is bangers, in and out. I think it says a lot that I remembered so many songs from Undertale 1. More so than I remembered songs from Deltarune. Now, obviously, you know, like, Spamton became a meme, but, like, beyond that,
Whoa! It's like digging for gold.
I don't feel like there's a ton of songs that I can point to from Deltarune that are, like, an obvious standout. Like, because maybe this is all nostalgia, because Undertale's old and beloved. That was easy.
The ring's moving in. Don't get caught out of bounds.
Oh, man. I also realized I need to do a big old fucking shout out to friend of the stream, frequent collaborator, and alleged kidnapper, Kiki Sensho, for getting a world record. She's got a speedrunning world record for completing BioShock Remastered trilogy. I believe 9 hours, 20 minutes. I think it's remaster, because remaster's time is only about 10 hours. So she absolutely crushed it. I also think she got a glitchless BioShock 1 speedrun.
Oh, that's one hit. You don't want to be on the receiving
Yeah,
end
that's
of.
kind of what I expected. Woo!
Nation. What a powerful finish.
All right.
It's over for them.
Oh, they're dead.
But at least they get to spend time
Well.
in a spacious new locker room. That's gonna create a pothole. Yes, they better get road maintenance out here.
Well, you know, I'm just that efficient.
The pressure's on. Here comes the rain.
I can brag about my my speedrun, but at the same time, my speedrun isn't official because the speedrun.com page for Rascals is defunct, and nobody was around to officiate my new category or to accept my run entry. I'm pretty sure it hasn't been active since 2020.
Go up to the skies. There's more loot incoming.
Which is kind of a bummer. But once I get the totally legal version of the game running on PC, I'll definitely be doing more speedruns of it
Right on target.
for 4GP and 6GP.
Fans at.
There we go. I was on the prowl for some damage up, and I found it. So we're at 5 damage, 3 stamina, 2 stamina, 3 health.
Competitor back out of bounds.
Pretty sure that was a bot. I would say I'm not proud, but at the same time... I love all murder.
The ground is really taking a beating. Someone call a ground doctor.
Ooh, that was a weird desync. So the one thing with Superstar mode, you don't need to commit to the Superstar grab. You just need to remember that you do extra damage in this stance as well. Shit. I'm still in it. It's also just good for regenerating health and for intimidating opponents. Because they tend to avoid you.
What's on display here? What a treat to watch a contestant like this. Let's see what they do next. Did somebody order a smaller ring?
Good block. Saw me coming a mile away. Woo!
The contestants had better be careful if they don't want to get clobbered by one of those crates coming down.
Now's your chance. Woo! Shit. Ooh.
My money's on a buttload. They're all in.
All right. All right.
Moving in.
I dodged, but okay, game. I was pressing the dodge inputs and nothing happened.
To the end of the road.
Wait, did I level? Is that what that sound meant? Oh no, I finished the play matches. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh yeah, I got a... Hey, Ash. Yeah, I got a title called Gym Goat, and of course I had to equip it. I'm actually also torn because, well, the Cyberpunk outfit is a really good hairstyle, but also... I mean... I'm tempted. That's all I can say. I would never wear the outfit, although I might wear those pants. I just really like every other part of it. I like the hairstyle, especially. I'm doing all right. I'm just vibing. Oh, I have a fun mental health story. So, I've been on waiting lists for mental health care for a while now in Canada. Because despite having free health care, it doesn't apply to mental health because that's not health care, I guess. So I've basically just been on waiting lists for therapists. While waiting, I kind of got sick of it and decided the other day, just fuck it, I'm going to download BetterHelp because I have no other options. And it was great. You know, you fill out the questionnaire and they're like, okay, here's a therapist that we think would suit you. Why don't you message them and tell them why you picked why you wanted to seek therapy. And I wrote a little paragraph, and as I hit enter, it said, you need to pay $300 right now.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Now, they tried to explain it. There's like $70 a week or something like that. But you can't do weekly payments. You can only do a one-time payment. And to be fair, I did have a redeem code. And it did soften the blow a bit, but it was still very expensive. That and, like, I've also heard some iffy things about BetterHelp. Mostly to do with, like, confidentiality agreements and other bad shit. Mine. Yeah, don't dodge backwards when they're doing a rush. That was a rough start. My man killed me by spamming Bull Rush. Really, there's only so much you can do. A lot of the latency comes in from the server side, and I'm not going to complain about every missed input. Because, you know, imagine having rollback but for 40 players. I'm glad you're doing better now, Ash. I know how difficult it can be. I've had to spend a lot of time trying to sort out my own mental health problems, like, basically by myself, and I've gotten there. I'm in a much better place than I was, hell, even a few months ago. There's still some bad days, but those bad days are less than they were. I'm just going to go ahead and take that attack powder. If you are lucky, you can land a dive kick when somebody falls on the ground, but it's not always a guarantee. All right.
The ring may be shrinking, but my excitement for this competition is at an all-time high.
You think you can just run away from your problems? I mean, in most situations you can, but in this video game, no.
Butler is pulling out all the stops. Absolutely beautiful. Great use of superstar mode there. Wow! Oh, that's one hit.
And boom.
They're done.
That felt satisfying to land. Not gonna lie. Alright, so that's what the outfit looks like. I missed.
I believe the clinical term for the injury we just saw is a turbo ouchie. It's over for them, but at least they get to spend time in a spacious new locker room.
Hi, Kryuki.
This is no time to catch your breath. The ring's on the move again. Oh, up to the skies.
Alright.
There's more loot incoming.
We're in pretty good shape here.
Oh, massive damage on that one.
Oh, didn't make the grab.
Amazing form. Oh, but can they follow through?
Oh.
An elimination like that can keep your spirit. Uh-oh.
Dr. Faust. That has to be a Guilty Gear reference, right? What else could that be? No, there's no paper bag item yet. The names and bot characters are usually pretty randomized, but some of them do seem to. They often carry references. I've seen a bot dressed like Sagat from Street Fighter, and another dressed like Danny DeVito. Although the Danny DeVito bot is usually attached to the name Trash Man.
That's an elimination. They're out.
Okay. We're at 12 remaining. How you can tell the difference between a bot and a player? How they play.
The clock never stops ticking, and the ring never stops closing.
100%. It's also usually how they dress. Like, that's a human. They're doing a lot of footsies. Can I hit the tree? Yeah!
Crates are incoming!
Shit.
Wow! You just subscribed!
16 months.
BB, what up, Lily?
Look at that! Terrific stuff by this competitor!
16 months. You've been with me since... God. Probably since I started streaming? I mean, I streamed for longer than 16 months. Yeah, man.
Look alive, here comes the ring! Close this out! You've got a match to win!
No! Yeah, I have dive kick. I want to say the very first stream I did was 2020. Like, I think I was off and on streaming 2020, but I wasn't affiliate or anything. I think last year I became affiliate. The thing that pushed me over the edge with affiliate was my Oblivion stream. I remember this vividly.
You already know who wins. No spoilers!
Shit! Won't die, though. Oh, yeah.
I knew they had more in them. Their belly is fairly filled to the brim with beautiful fight. Look out, everyone! The ring is...
Thought you could get one up on me! You want to sit on the ground? You want to bait me out? I'm just gonna dive kick your ass.
Crates coming your way.
Get stuck, idiot. This person really wants to get that golf swing off, huh? Alright, so that's one sumo slap. I'm going to start counting this person's sumo slaps. That was 2. 3. Come on, do another sumo slap. Don't be shy. I promise, spamming the same move over and over again works every time. This dude's lagging. That dude is lagging. I want them to fight so I don't have to deal with the lagging guy. There's another sumo slap. Another sumo slap. Another sumo slap.
My money's on a buttload.
Quick, eat the nachos. It's a common criticism I have for players of this game, where you know, there are other buttons on your controller / keyboard that you could be pressing at any time. So press those instead, please. Alright. Cool, dude. You sure do know how to play footsies. How about playing the game? You know how to do that? Because all you've really demonstrated to me is that you can dodge a bunch and press one button. Really getting sick of the sumo slaps. That was like 12 in a row. You gonna do anything else, bud? Christ. Yeah, how far did that spamming sumo slap take you, buddy? Oi. 12 eliminations. I think that's a new record for me. No, it's a long question. Since you mentioned the word sumo slap, are there any type of pop culture media that barely represents or adapts sumo wrestling gem in an anime or movie? I don't know. I don't know.
And we're live. Welcome back to ADX, your home for the best round-the-clock Rumble footage in Capital City.
I think sumo is one of those things that does get, like, lost in translation a lot of the times, and a lot of Western understanding of it comes from this idea that it's just like, oh, it's big men slapping. Or, you know, E-Honda, or whatever. But, like, there's huge cultural significance to the art.
Is nonsensical, but I'm calling it mysterious.
I'm just not familiar enough with it to talk on it, or I don't really know a whole lot of media that references it beyond, like, E-Honda and Street Fighter. And a few videos on Vice I watched about, like, sumo wrestlers' diet, which were neat. Because they build body mass, but it's all muscle. Like, they're big, but it's all practical size.
The fighters have landed.
That's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to have a popcorn party. Well, Lily, how are you doing?
Hoping they can hold this pose while our sculptor renders it in marble.
Yeah, I'll take a Zuna drop.
Shrinking, but my excitement for this competition is at an all-time high.
Were you just waiting there that whole game to do that?
Whoa, what an impact! I even felt a little jiggle here in the studio!
I mean, it's a bold strategy, Cotton, but it'll only work once. All right. Ooh, Dolphin Dive. And more red juice. This may be a player. Can't quite tell. I don't think it was. Does the height of a slam affect the damage? Yeah, it does actually. I don't think I've ever landed that animation. There we go.
More and more of the island is now off limits.
Missed the grab. It's fine. Do it again.
Powerful and delicious finisher. Just like the new protein cheesecake. and
Oh, give me Atomic Punchline. That is a man dressed as a manatee. That is a man-utty.
Look out! There's more loot on the way. Fired up! Oh, the humanity! Incredible elimination!
So if you're in Superstar mode and you drink a Superstar potion, it just extends the duration, which I appreciate. Alright. Cool. Cool. Let me guess, you have another weapon? No, you have a spear tackle. Wow. Original. Alright, whatever.
Can they finish the fight? It's that time already. The ring's closing down.
Alright, y'all have fun.
Pretty quick, so the contestants have to react fast if they want to stay in the competition.
Shut up! The throw got blocked by the corner. What is this, fucking Dark Souls, man? You're gonna tell me I clanked?
8, 7.
Shit.
I always say, when you lose, that's just another chance to improve. Let's hope we
Get another death to Oxy. No, I'm not gonna even finish that sentence. Alright. Bit more superstar damage. Yeah, no, it really is. I had that realization in the middle of making that bit, or that joke. Alright, we're almost level 80. That would be interesting to see. I would like to see more games in this kind of genre of like brawler royale, where there's like light fighting game mechanics attached to a battle royale system. I mean, we saw that with Naraka Fighter Royale. Naraka Blade Point was a lot like that as well, with a larger focus on weapons. Though, considering how well animated and fluid the the hand-to-hand animations are. I was a little sad there wasn't more emphasis on any sort of fist or claw weapons, which is a minor complaint, because like all of the
DDT wants me to assure you, it's just the wind.
our special moves determined by button inputs. No, basically in this game it is normal attacks and vicious attacks. So it's basically just lights and grabs. So you have your standard combo set, and then you have special button attacks that you can equip. Those are what those two bumpers are. On the topic of this, though, I do think that, what's it called? Divine Knockout is supposed to be like this. Lily mentioned it to me once, and I... Since she mentioned it, I've been meaning to play it. Yep, there I go. Are you gonna slam? No. I mean, I think this game looks great graphically and is designed really well. I don't feel like every game needs to be super realistic. I feel like that gets kind of boring after a while. It's better to have a timeless, sort of unique aesthetic than it is to have something like, I don't know. The first thing I pictured in my head was Tarkov. Just imagining Escape from Tarkov, but it's a wrestling game. Escape from the WWE, which is what most big name wrestlers are trying to do now. You made an Ogren. Dare I ask what he's called?
Who will be the victor of this explosive competition?
There's Shootkin. I like that. In Darktide. Yeah, what's it? The devs of Vermintide made a 40K version. And it's had a rocky first week, but in recent patches it's gotten a hell of a lot better. It's definitely been one of my highlights this year. And that's saying something, because, like, what, this year and last year, there was a lot of co-op games. And that one still stands out to me as, like, a really solid one. Even with the graphical issues. Yeah, what is it? You can make a Psyker, Zealot, just a standard Imperial Guard, or an Ogren. And I hope if they ever do DLC similar to how they had Vermintide, that we eventually get Ratlings. Because I think the combination of having a team of Ratlings and Ogren, where your sniper character literally can't see shit past the giant men, it'd just be very good.
There goes the ring. More and more of the island is now off limits.
But the highlight of it versus, yes, the Warhammer Left 4 Dead game. The highlight of it versus Vermintide is that, while Vermintide did have strong, like, well-written characters, you were still pretty limited. Because
Here come the crates. The competitors
you either had to take turns if you and a friend wanted to play the same class, which happened to me a lot, because, of course, a lot of my friends wanted to play the Dwarf. And the way they got around that in Vermin in Darktide is you have fully custom characters, but also the stacking of multiple of the same classes isn't as detrimental as you would assume. It's obviously better to have a more diverse party, but it doesn't hurt you as badly if you have 2 Ogryn, for example. Alright, we are in good shape. Also, Lily, how come you never told me that the Neon White soundtrack is a banger?
Get moving.
No, this is Neon White. I think I need to put that on my list for games to play this year. Or this year, 2023. I have a game that I'm excited to be playing a bit more of in 2023 that I was not expecting to enjoy as much as I did, but I'm looking forward to streaming it. Got like 3 days left. I know, and I'm spending at least 2 of those days working. It's a surprise, but it is a survivor genre game. If you're familiar at all with Vampire Survivors, and that, I don't know how else to describe that style of game. Oh, he's dead.
Elimination. The field of contestants grows smaller. The ring's closing in. The contestants had better stay inside if they want to continue to compete.
No, that's not a Survivor game. That's not like Vampire Survivors. When I talk about the Survivors genre, it is referring to games like Vampire Survivors, because I don't know how else to describe that style of game. That top-down power creep, so many enemies on the screen that it makes the game hard to run. As my brother describes it, it's like taking the basics of an RPG and shrinking it down to its its rawest form. But he bought me this game called no, it's not Kryuki. You're focusing on the wrong word in the term Vampire Survivors. You know the game Vampire Survivors. That's $1. That is a top-down pixelated game where you fight hundreds of enemies all at once.
These two can shake hands and be friends again after this match. I'd hate for that hit to cause a... Yes! The ring is shrinking. What a great opportunity for everyone to get to know each other.
It's a game called, yeah, it was Stolen Castlevania Assets. Yes, that made millions of dollars. There's a game I'm going to be playing tomorrow called Soulstone Survivors that is the same style of game. It's just the art style's a bit more defined and less stolen assets. Also less latency. It's a low poly. It's a bit like Deep Rock Galactic.
Big as Gravital City itself. Everyone's going to be talking about that around the protein shake cooler tomorrow.
But I like the... I'm dead. I'm dead. That's it.
Well, my guess is with handshakes and great...
That's what I'm going to be messing around with tomorrow. It's on Steam called, yeah, was it Soulstone Survivors is the title. It's like, $10, I think. And I was over at my brother's house for the holidays playing it. And it is just genuinely a fun, chill time. One of those games I could easily lose hours to. Yeah, I'm looking at the people who own this game on my Steam friends list, and it's just my brother and most of his friends. If you're looking for the exact name here, I'll put it in chat. That's how it is spelled.
Welcome back to ABS. We're about to kick off the next round of the Rumble. And I, for one, could not be more excited.
But no, yeah, it gets my glowing recommendation, and I'm going to be streaming it tomorrow. If you want a look at it before you buy.
How to tell if certain water is harmful? Just remember, if it's shallow, it's your palo. If it's deep, you'll die instantly.
I guess. In a way. Not too familiar with League of Legends, so I can't really speak too much on that. I put World Revolving in here as a joke, but it actually slaps. Oh shit! Is Bury the Light on Spotify? I have to find out. Gotta get some Devil May Cry music in this playlist too. And Metal Gear Rising. Standing here, I realize you were just like me. It's funny, like, those games I very much prefer to watch other people play, but I've never really been able to get into them. Like, the action genre is just a lot more interesting for me visually than it is, mechanically. Like, Lily playing through Metal Gear Rising and playing through Bayonetta and all that has been a delight. But I just can't get into it myself. Which, by the way, Lily, you got the sub goal, right? So you're going to be doing Devil May Cry? Or the other Devil May Cry games?
What a treat to watch a contestant like this. Let's see what they do next. Looking good. Looking great. When the ring shrinks, the action increases. Who will be the victor of this explosive competition? Right on target. Where my precision bears at?
I'm not proud of that one. That was bots. Both of them. Okay.
superstar mode there.
Excellent. Yeah, usually you can tell it's a bot because their reaction time is a lot slower. Human players will often, like, instantly reply to, like, when you do a clash, they'll instantly do a follow-up.
7, 6.
But not in this case.
Something so
It's also interesting that, like, they added a new move, but I've yet to see it in-game. I saw it last time I played, last week, but I hadn't seen it since. Which is, they added like, a butt slam attack that empties your opponent's inventory. This may kill. It just barely didn't. I'm not chasing. Not with this much health. Sup, nerd?
This look easy. Santa Maria!
Well, that was, tragic for them. Hey, I think maybe I'm good at this. Maybe, perhaps, I'm a little good at this game. I think that might be a case here. I think there might be a case for that, to argue that. Look at Biker Toad.
Roller is pulling out all the stops. My goodness, what an elimination!
I need to get my hands on some attack up. That is the one thing I'm lacking here. I'm at 3 stamina, or I'm at 2 stamina, 3 health. There you go. 5 int, 2 stam leather belt. If you understood that reference, you get a senior citizen discount. I think that's up there with, the leather belt Ventrilo chat is up there with, like,
Whoa, these crates
the
drop
Duke
so
Nukem
fast,
Balls of Steel
they can be
one.
a real health hazard, but it's nothing our fearless contestants can't handle.
And, in terms of other WoW memes, it's like Onyxia Raid, right? Watch the tail! DPS, you need to be DPSing slow, and when I say slow, I mean fucking slow!
Oh, that's how you play the game, folks.
Hey, Lorik. You're also cool. That is, let the record show. I missed.
right now.
No, I actually think it's your turn to die.
Oh my goodness!
This won't kill. We're just gonna go ahead and take turns on the slam here. Yeah, see? Barely did any damage. Your wake-up move is dive kick? That's an interesting decision.
There's another Rumbler out of the game.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and take your dive kick. And eat all your chicken. Oh, I didn't need to do it the second time. Oh, whatever.
Incoming. Who's gonna get these beautiful breaks? Skill on display right here. When you compete at this level,
Okay.
those are the types of eliminations you dream about.
2 more people left. No idea where they are. They're definitely around. Oh, there's one. We just dive kicked at each other and we both missed. Good anticipation. Got the grab spam. Yeah. Won't let you... Not gonna let myself fall for that twice. Take advantage of meditative. Get me back up to half. Unfortunate. Good block. Sometimes you just want a good, quick.
For a showdown, folks. Oh, the humanity! Incredible.
All right, where's this last guy? Off the wall. Grab. And we're just gonna go ahead.
That one's for the highlight reel.
And win.
It's gonna feel incredible for them. What an outstanding victory!
Oh.
This is the moment every contestant
Well, there you go.
dreams of.
Congrats. Once again proving I'm just the best wrestler in the VTuber community. Next to... Hang on, wait a minute. Hang on, wait a minute. Are there wrestler VTubers? I mean, like, okay. We can already argue that a VTuber is like a wrestling persona, right? That this is a character. I'm essentially, you know, The Undertaker, except less racist. But is there specifically a VTuber that exists in the world whose whole persona is that they're a wrestler? And then I realize I'm describing strong bad. That's just strong bad. No, yeah, Undertaker has some bigoted opinions. The wrestler who plays the Undertaker does. The character himself, I can't make any comments on. I mean, it turns out a lot of older wrestlers have some strong opinions. Just look at Hulk Hogan. How does it feel to be the greatest wrestler of all time? It feels pretty good. What can I say?
This is Skip Wackerday, proudly reporting for Capital Cities ABS. This is gonna be a day to remember. Just look at this wild group of competitors.
How well do I have to perform in this game? How good of a streamer do I need to be to get an outfit? Because, you know, like, YouTubers get Fortnite skins all the time. I want an outfit in this game. That way I'll know I've made it as a streamer.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mainly I just want the outfit so I can have some cloven hooves already. Give me my goat legs. Horns would be nice, but not mandatory.
After you win to grab those self-dust.
Good prediction. Good prediction. Oh, piss. Oh, yeah. Well, if that was your goal, you got there eventually.
Got him.
Got him. Was that what you were trying to do?
Like that can keep your spirits high for the rest of the match, for the rest of the day, even the rest of the week.
Sup? How you gonna respond to this?
Whoa, I got the picture.
Call that shit bullying where I come from.
Elimination. You sure gave them a piece of your mind. The tension's rising as the ring continues to progress.
I'm actually just literally the best wrestler ever made. I found my esport. And like, hey, if they ever do esport events, I'm fucking signing up. Because holy shit.
And one's for the highlight reel.
Yeah. I don't think there is any official events or anything. There might be some community organized events, but I'll have to keep an eye out.
Elimination, but don't get cocky.
But I think I found my esport. I like this game, huh? Yeah, no. I do. It's on my weekly rotation now, which, I mean, the last time I had a game show up this frequently on my weekly rotation, it was like, what, Knockout City? Vampire Blood Hunt? That was clever. He positioned himself to get the grab. Okay. So this person's just, gonna keep doing that, huh?
There goes the ring. Elimination.
Shit.
I knew they had more in them.
I'm glad you guys enjoy watching me play this. Because it's one of those games that, like, I worry that it's not fun to watch. Do it again, I dare you.
Everyone loses sometime. Hurtling through the air
Huh.
like meteors from beyond. There's more crates coming your way.
Huh. No, that's an interesting... That's a real interesting bait and switch. I can't be mad about that, right? Because what they did, they do the charging attack, and they kind of expect me to go blow for blow. Like, they're betting that I'm going to try to respond to their charge strike with a strike or a block. And then, immediately out of the charged attack, they do the bull rush. Because if I try to clash it, or if I try to respond with a strike combo out of the attack window from the charged hit, because there is a bit of downtime after a charged attack. If they think I'm going to try to hit them in that window, they beat me to it by fitting the bull rush into that window. That is really clever. I can be upset about some spam. I feel like I have the... I feel like I can reserve the right. Yeah, see, like, if you just get a quick... That is so nice! I never accounted for that. Because the animation on Bull Rush is technically faster to activate than Uppercut and Dropkick. Which Dropkick requires you to come out of a sprint, and Uppercut has a wind-up. But Bull Rush's wind-up is a lot shorter, so that is a much faster response. That is an interesting combo.
There's tension in the air as the game begins.
Not even upset. Just... God, that was really interesting. The only real times I can see myself getting super frustrated is when I have to deal with guys who spam weapons or spam sumo slap. Or spam tackle. See, that's also smart too, is a charged into a dodge. Ooh. You're not going to capitalize on any of the, Yeah, that had to have been a bot. To not capitalize on what were a few very big open grab windows.
Looks like the ring is moving again.
You see, the sad part about getting real into this game is that I know that it's probably going to die. Like, I don't know where this community is. It's one of those games where anytime you see a Twitter post, the replies are instantly filled with guys with Goku profile pictures saying dead game. So I don't really know where it stands.
But don't get cocky.
Also, like, half these games have been filled with bots. Which I think tells me that, like, the population is probably pretty low. But I'm not abandoning the game. Not until it fully dies. If it fully dies. So now I'm wondering. Let's test it on this person. Ooh. Okay, so a charged attack as an opener really gives you... Sword on the Cob is a great name. It really gives you a lot of opportunities. Don't sleep on charged attacks. That is the lesson I'm learning here. So there's a lot of avenues to explore. See, that's the other thing that kind of frustrates me when people just boil down to spamming in this game. It's like, yeah, it works. You know what else works is, like, playing the game. Kind of takes the fun out of it when you just press one button over and over again until you win.
On your feet, the ring's shrinking. Wow! This is physical smash mouth rumbling!
See, that's a player. You can tell by the way they dress.
Look out! There's more loot on the way!
Yeah, go ahead and get that double. Yeah. Like it, what? Like it's hard? That is so good.
You got a shot of that for your social media. Building a brand is more important than ever.
That is such a solid combo.
That's an elimination. Watch out now. The ring is on the move.
Oh yeah, power beats weapon, I forgot. And yet I did it twice. Finally a challenge. Never mind. If that's how you're gonna play, then I don't feel challenged at all. Good block. Good block. Damn, you're on top of things. You know what to anticipate. It's too bad that didn't save you. I feel like this person knows what's up. Or do they?
Devastating move there. Let's see if they can capitalize on it.
Woo!
Could this ring get any smaller? Oh wait, it can.
Yeah, see, so if they dodge... God, I'm just the best, dude. Just actually the best!
But can they capitalize?
Stop me. You can't.
Whoa! Look out below.
It's gonna regen my stamp. Woo! Shit.
Family-sized portion of Squatch chicken to come back from that one.
Ooh, no, no, no. Give me diamond. I want diamond. Give me the diamond. Yeah! I missed. Ooh, that teed me right up.
Right, let's go.
All right, this is just an intimidation tactic.
This is no time to catch your breath. The ring's on the move.
Let's see, let's see, let's see, let's see. Good dodge. Yeah, like, honestly, nobody's gonna fall for what is some pretty obvious. Ooh, okay, got juggled there. Ooh, but the special, I didn't account for that. The animation for Izuna looks a lot like the stock.
The clinical term for the injury we just saw is a turbo ouchie. Oh, that's one hit you don't want to be on the receiving end of.
Ooh,
That's an elimination.
but I was doing so well.
Feeling this is
Holy shit, though.
this competitor.
God, I'm a god. I'm the best. $500 eliminations this season, by the way. Where's my total eliminations? Yeah, right there. 1,700. Listen, as you can see, 1,000 matches, 50 wins. It's a bad ratio, but 1,000 matches, 1,700 eliminations. I'm getting it over 1 elimination per match. I know how to fight, is what I'm getting at here. Your vim and vigor in battle reminds me of one of the greatest old champions. Not only was he the first person to perform the dive kick, but she leash trained her pet marmot. I got Guy Fieri undies, which is actually, they don't look half bad. Or I guess, you know, the black flame, or the black with the red flames. It's a Bam Bam Bigelow, I think. I have the shirt to match. Shout out to Bam Bam Bigelow. Man with the flame tattoos on his on his forehead. Where did the shirt go? I don't have any black gloves, sadly. The gold doesn't match the yellow. I mean, I guess, right? That's not close enough. And I think, where is it? Wrestling Boots XL should be up here. Yeah, Boxing Boots XL. I've got some flame boots here. It doesn't quite work. Hey, you know, we're going back to the bushy sumo fit. One of my favorite outfits.
Still time to get in some fighting positions so you can go in as jacked as possible.
I'm ready to fucking go.
What a group! The original champions are surely looking down from their locker room in the sky.
me minding my own business when I log on to twitter.com. Is this what you guys see? Is that what it's like? Here, we're gonna go to the shanty town.
Today's game, I think we're in for a treat.
The strategy with this outfit is the exact same strategy I apply when playing Final Fantasy XIV, which is the less clothes my character wears, the stronger they become. Nine times out of 10, when I'm trying to do a Savage or an Extreme with my free company, and we're losing, I switch Glamours. And we clear. And the Glamour I switch to is more often than not one where I'm basically nude. Thank you, 2B Panties, for getting me through most of Shadowbringers.
That ring is getting small. Luckily, our competitors are still super huge.
God, that reminds me. I was talking about Naraka earlier, and then I mentioned the Nier outfit from Final Fantasy. And then I remembered, I think Lily mentioned that there's supposed to be a Nier collab in Naraka soon. Because, you know, Yoko Taro loves money. The only explanation as to why there is Nier outfits in Rainbow Six Siege. Also, on the topic of Yoko Taro and, like, auteur game developers. Death Stranding was free over the holidays on the Epic Game Store, so I decided to download it. There's another game... There's a lot of games that became free through the Epic Game Store that I've been meaning to play, but I haven't. Control was on that list. I think I announced that I wanted to play Control on stream. I just haven't had the chance to yet. Because I think around when I announced that, a bunch of other new games are coming out. And, you know, I played through the Spider-Mans. I'd love to... Oh, there's Liberate. So yeah, Liberate's a butt slam. And if you land the butt slam, you knock everything out of your opponent's pockets. It's great. What was I saying?
Massive damage on that one. Their opponents. Oh, here come the crates. The competitors must be thanking the refs right now. Beautiful move.
You think you can outrun me?
Wowza yowza! Huge power on that.
So Liberate doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. Rather, all it does is knock shit out of your opponent's pockets and stun them,
Play here.
which
What a treat to watch a
is still
contestant
really
like this.
efficient.
Let's see what they do next.
Death Stranding's a walking simulator. I mean, I know it is,
Don't get caught out of that.
but it's still like, I've played a lot of walking simulators in my time, and I think that there's the capacity for something interesting to come out of it. Especially now, like this deep in, and with the game being free, a lot more people playing it as well. And the main reason I mention that is specifically because the whole point of Death Stranding is cooperation through, like,
Oh, that's how you play the game, folks.
well, that's not the whole point, but like the fact that each person who plays in the world can contribute to it kind of has this beautiful passive cooperation aspect to it that I love about, you know, like messages in Dark Souls. Same kind of vibe of like someone was here once. They're here, and like you can learn from their mistakes, learn from their lessons, take advantage of what they've done. In terms of walking simulators that I've played, Kryuki, I've played Night in the Woods like 3 or 4 times. One of my favorite games of all time. There was, Kiki and I played through Haven, which was essentially a walking simulator.
This it. Can they finish the fight?
Trying to remember what else specifically. But it's a genre that I'm not against.
Rings moving in.
Because I am a games or art person. If a game does something interesting, I'm always going to enjoy that more than if a game is just kind of generic.
Someone's playing for keeps today.
Also, Night in the Woods is one of those games I'm going to have to play on stream at some point.
Oh, up to the skies. There's more loot incoming. It'll take more than that to knock their opponent out of this game.
Night in the Woods. It is a video game. It's a story-driven game about somebody who dropped out of college and is trying to put her life back together. And when I first played it, it was when I dropped out of college, and it really resonated with me. And it has become one of my favorite video games of all time. Die.
Can't believe it. The ring's closing in already.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I know I kind of like mumble when I talk as well. What's up?
Looks like you don't want to get on their bad side, folks.
All right. Oh, yeah, nowhere close, but that would have been so good.
Gonna need a family-sized portion of scratch chicken to come back from that one. Grab the last bit of loot before you're caught outside the ring. Hold on to your hat. There's something so encouraging about the promise of fresh loot.
shit.
I can't get enough of this kind of action.
Way to miss. You fool. You buffoon. I think I'd like the balloon hat that this person's wearing. I think I'd like it a lot more if it had physics. Like if it wobbled and shit. That'd be great. Like the Wiggler hat in Monster Hunter World. So sorry you whiffed that. I'm sorry I whiffed that. Ah, shit.
The ring's closing. I hope no one's claustrophobic. Kicking it up a notch.
Yeah. No, yeah, I walked right into that.
No match so far today, but there's a certain intensity that comes with the final.
That stamina regen one is going to take forever. I need to stand up for a second, chat. I'm currently sitting on a folding chair. Well, I'm sitting on a blanket on a folding chair. Because my my previous desk chair cracked and broke.
Glad to be here, and I'm so glad you could join us here in
I did put a new one on Throne. It is fully funded, however, it's still processing, which is not ideal, but hopefully it processes faster so I can get my chair. I learned my lesson, though. I didn't order a gaming chair. I ordered an office chair, and I specifically looked for one with very good arch support. And also it has fold-up chair arms, which is nice, so I can tuck it in. This is just death. There's a bunch of features on that chair that I really liked. It had good headrest and all that jazz and junk, but it was the main one is it was mesh. I'm a sweaty guy, big sweaty dude. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just gonna go ahead and take the red juice here. Oh, there's a lot of red juice. I'm at 4 attack now. Now I want to use this person's strategy. Gonna take the bull rush. And try to do the charge slap bull rush, because that was really fun. No! Oh, I missed the throw.
The refs are indicating that that is indeed a fair elimination.
Wow.
is on the move again.
Re-listening to this song also reminds me that one of these days I should do a Castle Crusher stream. I kind of want to look into speedrunning that. I'm wondering what a Castle Crasher speedrun even looks like. That is something I'm going to do some research on. And I'm wondering what the rules are for that, because honestly, if you wanted to cheese it, the best way to do it would probably be to have with the panda character. Because the panda starts with the wooden club. The distinct thing about the wooden club, worth noting, is that it gives you +5 strength, and is normally a level 20 restricted weapon. But because you start with that on that character, you can basically just dump everything into strength and, like, two-shot most enemies. Good block. Okay. I don't have any special grabs. I'm just doing the default grab.
Things are heating up, and the ring is on the move.
Fuck you. Get back here. Coward. Loses a fight once, runs away.
More crates are on the way. Time to scramble.
So you're gonna fight, or what?
The ring continues to shrink, but it's still anybody's game. Stunning hit, but not quite enough to KO their opponent.
I don't know how to tell these people that you don't need to dodge when diving. Like, they'll just click. Okay. I guess he wins by default because he hit us with Atomic Punchline. Can't be too upset about that. That's just how the game goes. Alright. But yeah, I'm just gonna double check that throne order. Just for my own sanity. Still processing, according to the website. Taking its time on that. But some of the other little things that I bought myself with my holiday money is going to be coming in tomorrow, which is nice. Got a new controller, another 8-bit do controller, but this time it's wireless. Rather than using like it has its own individual wireless adapter built specifically for the controller, which I just like. As opposed to using the Xbox adapter, which I lost. It's gone. The other thing I bought was a new Chromecast. Because the one on my current TV is very much showing its age.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I didn't think, like, technology aged that rapidly or anything. It is a first-gen Chromecast. It's just that anytime I try to watch YouTube on it, it stutters to all get out, and there's audio delays and a bunch of other issues. So I figured, like, hey, I'm long overdue for a new one, and the new ones come with a remote. It's only like 20, 30 bucks.
It's like a hot desert wind.
And I don't use... since I sold the Xbox, I don't really use the TV for anything. Like, the Switch's HDMI goes through one of my computer monitors here. So just having my TV as a bedtime YouTube Netflix thing works great. I feel like whenever I talk about personal shit like that, it just kind of sounds like I'm... Like, who cares, right? I'm not allowed. But you know what I mean. Just like, there's not really a whole lot of interesting stuff for me to talk about in my life. Or my day-to-day. Not to say that I'm not an interesting person. I know that I am. I know that I have capacity to be interesting. That in many ways that I am. More so, it's just that not a whole lot happens. I play video games for you guys, and that's about it. And I work a job where occasionally I get assholes. But, you know, that's what you kind of expect from seasonal retail work. My favorite reaction from this job, though, specifically, from selling loose-leaf tea, has always been people who are confused at the prospect that we named a tea something that isn't tea. What up, Classic? I'm gonna finish the story, then I'll give you the sound effect. So, like, we have a couple of teas. We have a hot chocolate, right? It's a tea called hot chocolate. It's a puree tea with cocoa in it and chocolate chips. We also have a mate, a yerba mate called oat milk latte. And a black tea with coffee beans called vanilla cappuccino. And anytime anyone mentions these teas, they go like, so is this a tea? Like, yes. Yes, it is. I just remember having to explain to a person that, like... Yeah. I remember explaining to one customer just like, yes, everything on that wall is teas. It's great. Anyway, random sound effect.
Holy fuck, that's fast!
Yeah. How you doing, Classic? Feel bad that I've not had the chance to catch one of your recent streams, but I hope that it went well. No, yeah, but principally, it is a store called David's Tea. We sell nothing but tea. Your brain can fill in the rest, I think. Although, to be fair, we did start selling hot chocolate mix. I'm good, how are you? I've been pretty good. Open up a store next door called David's Non-Tea. One of the stupidest, proudest jokes... Goliath's Coffee, that's good. So a lot of physical locations ended up getting closed. There's a few. But, like, major ones that people get to every day are the ones that are in these malls. So there are 2 remaining locations in malls that are left. I'm not going to name them off because I feel like this is doxing me pretty hard. But in these malls, right, it's just the 2 locations. So we have a sign that says, please check out our other stores, and lists our own store, like our own store location that people are in currently, and the other mall location, the one, the Eaton Center. That's central downtown Toronto Mall. It was a very slow day when I was in, and I decided to be funny. I put a little post-it note on that sign that says, like, please visit our other stores, and I covered the S. So it just says, please visit our other store. Near as I can tell, they haven't taken that sign down. Also, Navi Homu Lily. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. I definitely am not, but thank you for the follow. Oh, I thought you were gonna hit the wall for sure. Aw. I need to play this game more. I need to play this game less. I would be willing to argue. Shit. The government trying to trick you. Oh, good block. Good counter. So I will mention to folks, because I've been threatening it all the time, but if I do hit 400 followers, we're going to be doing my AI-generated cocktail stream. That's finally going to happen. I'll finally organize that. And if I hit 500 followers, I post nudes. Not literally. I jokingly said if I hit 500 followers, I'll post pictures of me in some cozy underwear I bought. Shout out to Bearskin. BearSKN.com. Not sponsored. Wish I was. They are a great resource for larger folks who want just good, comfy pairs of boxers and briefs and jocks. They go up to like 6X. But I did buy a jock, and I will post pictures. if I hit 500 followers by the end of the year. So you better start making those bots now. So this is from the Sunset Overdrive soundtrack. I don't remember what part of the game this was in. It could have been in any... So, like, the interesting dichotomy with Sunset Overdrive is anytime robots or Fizco showed up, they would play EDM instead of the punk that they've been playing through the most of the game. So it was definitely during, like, a robot encounter. I just don't know which one.
Look out below!
Was this maybe the final boss? I actually don't know. Because I could point out where most of the EDM tracks are in the game.
6, 5.
Good block. I fell short, but it was a good anticipation that I was going to do something stupid.
One for the highlight reel.
Oh, I like whatever the hell's going on with this character, design-wise. With the... They kind of look like a troll from WoW. In, like, the best way possible. Shit. Where are we at? 486 out of 500. Oh yeah, that's the Holiday Demon Bundle. How much is this? I need to price check this. Guess currently is 15. Excuse me. Because I want that hair. The sideburns are also maybe 20? Oh yeah, you can put facial hair on all models, which is great. The game will not stop you. And I genuinely appreciate that. Especially since I like this body shape more than the default, like, buff man. Like, I feel like proportionally this is a lot better. Do I have a nice bra, though? Where are my bras? I genuinely can't find them. I'm having a hard time seeing. There they are. Oh yeah, I've got a blue. That matches. Wish I had a white, but that's fine. No, I know nothing is stopping you from using it, but I also love the chubby dude. Because he's my boy. Alright, I was looking up the thing. Yeah, you were right, Classic. It's $20 Canadian. So 15 American. The starter pack is what has the $8 and it has the tourism outfit, which yeah, it looks like that, which I bought for two reasons. I bought it for the shoes, which as you can see is socks and sandals, but you're missing a sandal. But also I bought it for the plaid shorts with a fanny pack. I just wish I could make it work on any outfit. I also bought this outfit solely for the crop top hoodie, but I ended up using the ropes because they, I don't know, it all fits together really nicely. Oh, man. Just deleting emails real quick. Seeing a lot of, you were followed by another Tumblr porn bot.
Looks to be chock full of pure beefcake.
Isn't it funny that the website banned porn, but did nothing to address porn bots? I mean, the thing that I get all the time, which happens anytime you have a name that has VTuber or streamer or whatever, like if you talk about any of those things, you just get blasted immediately by any graphic design bot. Which sucks if you actually are a graphic designer who does want to work with these people who have to, like, push your way through the bots. Though, generally speaking, most professional designers don't approach you. You approach them. Ooh, we're starting strong. We're starting very strong. Oh, nice. A grumble of puff. Is that really the plural? Grumble? That sounds right. Good block. Okay. Yep. They got my number. Hi.
Who's next?
Go to bed. I just love that I put them directly on the bench. I was on the bench.
Shit. You think you're clever, huh?
Raising the stakes.
You're not clever. You're dead.
Tesman is practically unstoppable right now. Incoming. Who's gonna get these beautiful grapes?
I can't get rid of the Mr. Beast rap battle intro out of my head. Why is that a meme? I genuinely don't understand why the Mr. Beast thing became a meme. It's not funny. It's not good. Epic Rap Battles isn't even ironically good. Also, the guy looks nothing like Mr. Beast. Lily, I didn't go anywhere.
Someone's playing for keeps today.
I'm getting juggled. When are we all gonna Dark Tid? I don't know. Eventually. I'm free for most of the time. This Thursday, I'm opening, so I'm doing a 10:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift, thereabouts. And then I'm gonna get home and immediately do some Shadowrun. Miss Monster Hunter with you. Aw. It was a good time. Wow, there's a lot more to this song than you hear in game. They usually just loop the beginning part.
Feeling that one.
But yeah, no, Lily, if you ever stream Monster Hunter, I'll happily show up. I just don't really have much of a reason to stream it myself, since, like, there's nothing else happening in the game anymore. So they do more until another thingy, or the title update. No, I'm more than happy to play games off stream too. The main reason that I offered to do stuff during streams is because I know you and I are both very busy, and it's really, streams are about the only time we can do anything as friends. Which is unfortunate. That is the reality of being a professional on Twitch. I'm just gonna go. So, you know, the holidays have passed for us. So I want to ask if folks are familiar at all with, like, if they've had some fun holiday conversations where they really want to speak up about something, but knows that if they do, it'll really kill the mood of the family gathering. For me, that was holding my tongue when I heard my aunt talk about Harry Potter. I don't blame her. She's the one who got me into it. And I think, like, when I was a kid, when I was the age that the book was relevant, you know, when I was 11, loved that shit. But it is obviously not the same thing as it once was. And yeah, no, if any of my streamer mutuals decide to stream Hogwarts Legacy, I'm just gonna go ahead and block you.
Because it just got stuck. More loot coming your way. 9, 8.
Why, Lily? The game about the anti-Semitic game made by a TERF? Oh, Harry Potter PS1 for charity. Don't scare me like that! Anyway, yeah, it turns out the plot of the game is literally blood libel, and it's gross. Harry Potter PS1 is just a classic, though. It's from that era where movie tie-in games actually had a statistically high chance of being decent. I think the last good movie tie-in game that I can point to was probably X-Men Origins Wolverine. Which is just God of War, but you play as Wolverine. That's literally it. Shit. Hell yeah. I mean, you've been doing a lot of amazing work for charity lately, Lily. You raised, God, how much money on your birthday stream? Like over $500. I also want to watch a Lily clip here. All the Lily clips are gold.
Oh my god.
Ooh. I'm taking you down with me. I do appreciate the shout-out function, but I also really like the changes they made to linking on Twitch, where you can actually see like icon and a bit of the description. It's nice.
But also a place to show off your latest, greatest looks. We certainly have some candidates for the baby's most fashionable here today.
But no, Lily is fantastic. Probably close to the right age for Harry Potter when it first came out and never got into it. I was too obsessed with Bionicle. Fair. Like, my aunt is very much, like, into huge nerd culture. She was obsessed with early Doctor Who and early Star Trek the original series when she was a kid. And then has been, like, nonstop watching every Star Trek, every Star War. She collects movies. Like, I remember I used to go over to her house to borrow VHS tapes of all the latest releases from the Disney Vault. I think it was her Mulan VHS that I ended up ruining because I watched it too many times. And I don't know how she discovered the Harry Potter books initially,
Feel it. It's like a hot desert wind.
but I remember reading the very first one with her. And, well, I might have nostalgia for specific memories and specific things that were good about the early days of Harry Potter. It is that nostalgia has waned significantly following literally everything. Even if we go in before, even if we were to put aside the fact that J.K. Rowling is an awful person objectively, imagine having your personality continue to be a book franchise for children in your 30s. Also, again, the dudes making the game are pro-Gamergate douchebags who literally made the plot of the game about blood libel.
It'll take more than that to knock
If you want cool if you want cool fantasy magic and a slightly less problematic fantasy world, Lord of the Rings is right there. I say slightly less because I think there is some discussion to be had about the representation of dwarves and whether or not they are anti-Semitic in their depictions. I am not particularly educated enough to make those arguments, but the fantasy universes that Tolkien has inspired have maybe unintentionally, but still ended up carrying over a lot of baggage. I also feel like the Lord of the Rings films was peak book movie. Here's 3 movies for 3 books. We couldn't fit exactly everything from those books into every single movie, so instead we shot them all, removed it from film, and then decided for the DVD release to make a 20-hour version that includes everything. Then you get to The Hobbit, and they somehow stretch one book into 4 movies.
But the mayhem's just getting started.
I don't know where it is they got the like Harry Potter, obviously, but I don't know where it is like film creators decided like we're adapting a book. We need to make the finale of this book a 2-parter. Because after Harry Potter did it, Twilight did it, Hunger Games I think did it, or no, I don't think Hunger Games did.
Here come the crates. The competitors must be thanking the refs right now.
But Hobbit did. And, like, The Hobbit wasn't that long. If they wanted to do the same, like, uncut thing that the Lord of the Rings movie did, like that franchise did, they could have. And it would have been significantly shorter and less money. Oh, it was 3. I mean, fair enough. I don't remember.
The ring's closing. I hope no one's claustrophobic. Stunning. It's over for them.
Oh.
But at least they get to spend time
Rip.
in a spacious new locker room.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
They're out. Who's next?
I think people should be afraid of me. They see me coming, they should start running. I'm always afraid. That's my secret. God, talking of franchises. There's a lot that I can point to that I really enjoyed in
Excitement for this competition is at an all
in the general topic of the MCU. But man, did that get exhausting quick. I've not even watched any of the Tom Holland Spider-Man films. Not a one. Just don't care. And I love Spider-Man, so that should say a lot. But there was a point in time where I remember, like, really getting excited for Marvel movies. Like, I think everything past the first Avengers movie I just had no excitement for. Basically everything past the Avengers, I was just like, oh, they're still going. Okay, I did watch Guardians of the Galaxy, and the one reason that I actually really enjoyed that movie was because A, it was actually fairly solid, but B, it demonstrated something interesting culturally about the MCU, and that is that they could just literally pick whatever superheroes they wanted, and no one would care, because people would still watch. No, yeah, I don't necessarily think that Tom Holland is a bad actor.
closing in on our competitor.
I think the moment I started learning that Tom Holland's version of Peter Parker is, like, obsessed with Tony Stark, and most of his, like, his suit and most of his powers and everything like that, like, I understand why. They wanted to turbocharge the Iron Spider concept from Civil War, which makes sense. And they did do that. And their design of the Iron Spider for Endgame and all that stuff was actually pretty sweet. However, I don't know, just having him be like that just makes him seem like an Elon bro.
The end is nigh. If you already know who wins, no spoilers. An elimination like that can keep your spirits high for the
Go
rest
swimming.
of the match, for the rest of the day, even the rest of the week. It's that time already.
I think Marvel's intention was to pass the torch from Tony to Pete, and the MCU is the face of the franchise. Yeah.
They want to stay in the
Interesting decision, too, considering Sony still owns, like, the majority of it, and they only ever get to make Marvel films with Spider-Man through Sony's permission.
Thanks, refs. 7.
But like post original Avengers Marvel movies I actually ever gave a shit about was the first Guardians of the Galaxy, Thor Ragnarok, Black Panther, and Spider-Verse. But I wouldn't qualify Spider-Verse as the same thing. And I'm so excited for the new Spider-Verse. You have no idea. I cannot wait to see I can't wait to see Japanese Sentai Spider-Man. I mean, I say that jokingly, but like Spider-Man, that era of Spider-Man specifically was around the same time they were doing like the original Ultraman series, and it was one of the first, like those two shows were some of the first in the genre. So thanks to Spider-Man being a terrible IP that was cheap for Toei to buy and make a television show out of, you can thank a failing Marvel for popularizing Kamen Rider.
What a recovery.
Yeah.
They're still in this.
It is also just very funny to think that from the 70s to the 90s that Marvel was doing so terribly financially that like you would get some real genuine dog shit. I highly recommend trying to track down on the internet the 80s Captain America. The one where he rides around in a motorcycle and he has a clear plexiglass shield. And yeah, the Marvel Spider-Man fighting games are fighting games. The Spider-Man games are incredible. Easily my favorite interpretation of Pete in a long time. Mostly because like any good Peter Parker is a Peter Parker in his mid-20s who's broke. Second, I'll take it. When you get a broke, sad adult Peter Parker, the best storylines come out of that. You get a man who wants to do the right thing but just does not have the capacity physically. No, yeah. I've played both of them on stream, and I adored every second of it. I 100%ed both. Except for, I haven't done New Game Plus on either, but I just haven't had the energy. But, you know, I got all the collectibles, and I beat the game and all that jazz. Absolute delights to play through. Some of my favorite games of all time. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to the sequel as well, just because from the looks of it, it looks like there might be some two-player co-op, or at least situations where you can switch between Miles and Peter. But not to mention that the trailer showed off Venom and Kraven the Hunter. Or it didn't show Kraven, but he was the one doing the voiceover, guaranteed. And we've already established that, you know, Taskmaster's in the game. They've name-dropped a bunch of classic villains.
And looks like this is it. Yes, they've landed.
if Magneto. If Magneto shows up, I'll lose my shit, because, yeah, it's Magneto. But if Mysterio shows up, I'm going to lose my shit. Sorely lacking. Oh, shit! Lily, what's your new tattoo? Share with the class. I'm also hoping that with the licensing figured out, we can hopefully add the Fantastic Four back in. Because, I mean, we have the Bombastic Bagman as a costume. Though I think in Spider-Man Remastered, it doesn't have the Fantastic Four logo on it. I also don't think Bagman... I mean, Bagman is in the Spider-Verse trailer, the new Spider-Verse film, but I don't think he has the Fantastic Four onesie either. But, like, they bought Fox,
Look out, everyone! The ring is shrinking!
so they have the rights to the Fantastic Four franchise. And he was in Multiverse of Madness, or whatever. We saw Reed Richards. An interesting one that they could do is just immediately skip to Future Foundation. Hee hee. Yeah, that was the one thing that stood out to me as well, is that it was Sam Raimi at the helm. I don't think it's Raimi's fault, but I do wish that
Hold on to your hat! They're going in!
basically, based on everything that I've heard about Multiverse of Madness, I just wish that they went crazier with the concept
My goodness, what an
of multiverse and, like, what different weird dimensional stuff would be happening in them. I also need to see Love and Thunder still, because Taika's Thor Ragnarok is one of my favorite. It's like one of the best superhero movies ever made. Because Taika Waititi is a fantastic director.
There's the signal from the refs. The ring is closing in.
My turn.
9, 8, up to the skies. There's more loot incoming. 6.
I went pretty well. Oh, shit. I didn't think Love and Thunder was as good as Ragnarok, in my opinion. But when I went to see it, I recently had my increased my estradiol. I had huge mood swings. It interests me for a couple of different reasons. One, because, yeah, no, I love Taika. But the other reason is that I think the Jane Foster Mighty Thor storyline is interesting. Oh, shit. Eh. I just said that it was an interesting storyline that I really enjoyed in the comics. Also on the topic of Marvel shit, Marvel Snap has been a thing that my brother has insisted that I absolutely need to play. I haven't had a chance to play it yet, but I've not heard a single person say it's bad, which concerns me. Basically sounds like everyone's doing an ad read at me whenever they talk about it. It just seems like everything that I've seen so far from gameplay and from people describing it to me is it's Hearthstone but good, which does excite me. Worth a try, I'd say. I'm sure there's probably some people who are sad that there was no Tom Hiddleston. I actually don't know if there was Tom Hiddleston in that or not. Like I said, I haven't watched it. I haven't even seen any of the trailers for it. I was just like, oh, Taika's back making another Thor movie. That's just gonna go ahead and put that on an instant watch.
Look at that gorgeous sight! More loot incoming!
Here's what I want from another Taika MCU thing, right? Damage control was like briefly referenced, I think, in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which if you're not super familiar, damage control was a joke thing that they added to try to explain away why cities are fine after superhero battles. They're basically an insurance company that fixes everything that superheroes do. No, yeah, they're in the universe. I think there should be like a What We Do in the Shadows style mockumentary from the perspective of damage control, directed by Taika, featuring Jermaine Clement. And it's just like, yeah, no, we gotta clean up after these assholes. Only now did I realize that Suicide Squad isn't in the MCU. I've been meaning to watch the new Suicide Squad. Not the bad one. The Tim Gunn one. And Birds of Prey. It's such a funny dichotomy that, like, most people on the internet that I've seen discuss Birds of Prey said it was bad, but every person I know who've seen it says it's amazing. Oh, very smart. You were smarter than I am. And I'll explain why. And it's because you know how to play Lobotomy Core.
Down in Gravital City as I say this. I think we're in for something special with this match today.
Get off my roof.
like the new protein cheesecake at Squat's Chicken.
So, why do they call it Lobotomy Core if nobody actually does get a lobotomy? If it's just monitoring SCP creatures, where's the lobotomy come in?
The ring's closing. I hope no one's claustrophobic.
It's tied with lobotomies because the procedure is typically reduced emotional response to the things happening around you. Is it not because you're, like, in a simulation or whatever?
Ready for some action?
That was hilarious. All right, that dude just juggled me effortlessly. No notes, no complaints. I just need to get good. Okay, I want to say that the only reason I assumed it was a simulation is because there was one GIF. When I was posting the,
So smooth. It's because I've had hot tea with lemon and
when I was posting the GIF of me going live playing it, I saw something that looked like you were talking to the main girl in your office, and it looked like everything changed from, like, being clean and white, and, like, all the monitors changed and everything suddenly became dingy and gross. And I assumed then that, like, you were... The cognition filter? Okay.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
So I just assumed that meant you were, like, in a fake simulation. And that maybe the realization is that none of the SCP creatures are actually bad or evil or anything like that. It's just those are human beings in there and you're being lied to the whole time in order to make yourself feel better.
the fighters have touched down, and Grapital City is about to explode.
The deaths around you are censored so the manager doesn't go insane. The cognition filter's on at all times for the manager. Ah, okay. Can you turn it off? I mean, I guess you can because it shows up in that GIF. But, like, just at any time? See, this is the thing. The game is definitely too difficult for me to play, but I'm absolutely fascinated by the world that it's in. I think the team has done a good job at writing a very compelling universe. And I know that my theory about like, oh yeah, no, none of it's real, and you're actually just torturing just human people and being lied to about it. Like, that's 3 edgy 5 me, but it also feels like it could be possible. I can send a video explaining the lore if you'd like. Maybe. Maybe. It is really funny to me, though, between the back rooms and all these other things, so many pieces of media just want to look and sound like the SCP Foundation when, like, that just exists. You could just go to the SCP Foundation. You don't need to make something up. All this to say, I hate the back rooms. I think the back rooms is stupid. Oh, you mean you no-clipped into in real life? Like, okay, whatever, dude. Log off, touch some grass. The one thing I hate specifically about the back rooms is how it's ruined liminal space, the discussion of liminal space.
Whoa, look out below.
Lobotomy and Library of Ruin are on sale. Alright. Oh yeah, the whole state of Ohio. But, like, I feel like there's some interesting discussions to be had for what makes space liminal or what it means. You know, like empty malls, right? Where you can hear music echoing or even the echoing of your own footsteps. Or, like, I think one of my favorites is, what's it called? Like, 0 Players Remaining or something like that? It's that itch.io game where you're in a fake FPS, but you're in an empty server. And that was just so fascinating to me, watching someone play through that and seeing that. Because it reminded me a lot of me back in the day when I would just troll around TF2 and find empty servers and wander the map, waiting for players. I did that a lot in Gary's mod and Half-Life 2 Deathmatch back in the day. It's that one taps into such a specific vibe of like a room that doesn't need to be empty but is empty. And the moment that someone comes into an empty room, that's when the shit starts. I'm not cool enough to have played these games. I literally only know about 0 Players Remaining because of a fucking Nexpo video. Don't think you're cool. Don't think knowing about it is cool. I love Nexpo despite the fact that he is like the textbook hilarious lost media YouTuber.
What an elimination!
Oh, they're dead.
Hope you got a shot of that for your social media. Building your brand is more important than ever.
I have to stand. I have to stand. I cannot sit in this chair for that long. Like, I think the definition of liminal being strictly, like, in between spaces or spaces like that.
Crates are
Like,
headed to the island.
yeah, it's helpful to have that strict definition, but at the same time, a liminal space, as it's been used in the modern context... No Players Online, that's what it's called. Within the... Like, the context of liminal space to me is always just that, like, it is something that is not naturally empty. Not just strictly transitional spaces, which is what everyone seems to latch on to. It's like, well, this isn't a transitional space. It's like, it's not always that. It's a space that feels weird because you're in it, I guess. Was I'm Scared in, Was I'm Scared in the Haunted demo disc? Or am I thinking of a different game? I'm a god gamer. I'm a god gamer. God gamer. I literally deleted that person. Shit. I really want to play through the Haunted PS1 demo discs at some point, but I feel like it's played out. You know what I mean? Like, every big streamer has done it. Every little streamer has done it. Like, what's the point? What am I really going to add to the discussion?
There's something so encouraging about the promise of fresh loot. Hey, folks?
I think the beta version of it was on the disc. Ah, okay.
Look at that. I can't believe it. What a display!
Yeah, y'all have fun. I'm so glad that I don't have a model right now because for perspective, I'm sitting on my bed. I've extended the mic stand as far as it can go. If I had a model right now, it would look so weird. That's actually the one anxiety that I have about, like, eventually getting a VTuber models. Like, man, I have to sit properly in order for people to see me.
Oh, here we go!
Oh, that missed. Rip. Good dodge. That's why I didn't commit to the super attack, because that would left me way too open. I know this is Super Meat Boy music. I added it myself, but it reminds me a lot of the snow music from Castle Crashers. That's just because all Newground music sounds the same.
Didn't take that personally. It's all part of the rumble.
Damn. I'm dead. Yeah, 99% sure I'm dead here. I mean, maybe not. Maybe I am.
Well, that'll do it, folks. But let's show.
I mean, like, it hurts to sit at my desk right now. But I want to get to 4 hours before I call the stream. Because I'm no quitter. That's a duplicate item. I own one of those already. Thanks. Kind of tired of getting dupes. Not gonna lie. But no, yeah, like, I think I genuinely have that anxiety about, like, clout chasing when playing a new game. Or not even a new game, just playing something that's popular, you know? I can't really explain it.
Before we start, a quick word to little Mickey Mouse, who's sick in the hospital. Get better, pal. Today's first 3 pile drivers are just for you. If you're thirsty for some blue, check out the new Moosel Shake. You can really taste the blue.
I think we're gonna do well here.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's tension in the air as the game begins.
I kind of wanted this outfit because it has those athletic shorts, but the whole bottoms makes you like have zombified legs too. It's kind of disappointing.
Eliminations look
Like the
easy,
zombies
so simple
look
beat.
great,
Oh, but this contender
but
certainly has
I
that
just
ability.
wanted little basketball shorts. Just like real life. That's all I want. What was it? Gators Daily. The Flat Fuck Friday dude. He had a merch store. Where he was selling basketball shorts that said swamp ass on the butt. And I want them.
The ring may be shrinking, but my excitement for this competition is at an all-time high.
Where add that to my throne. All right.
Hope you like contestants getting wild. If not, until things return to normal.
Oh, if that landed, that would have been hype as hell.
Wow! This is physical smash mouth rumbling. Stunning hit, but not quite enough to KO their opponent.
All right, all right.
Look at that! I can't believe it! What a display!
Won't kill.
Powerful stuff there, but can they capitalize on it? This hit, can they finish? The ring's closing in. The contestants had better stay inside if they want to continue to compete. That's an elimination. They're out.
If I can't win, give up. That's me with everything in life. I'm not instantly good at this,
More loot incoming.
so I'm not going to try anymore. And I know what you're thinking. Well, Tim, if you apply that philosophy to everything you do, why are you still streaming? Because I'm good at this. Lack of views does not mean that I'm doing badly. It just means that the lottery didn't work out in my favor.
The clinical term for the injury we just saw is a turboaxia.
I'm a great streamer. I'll get views when the world decides that I should. I strive to stream as much fun as yours. The secret is to scream.
Heating up, and the ring is
Are they double teaming? No. And no, like I'm not here to say that I'm bad. I know I'm not. I know I'm good at streaming, and I know I'm entertaining and I'm funny. Because if I wasn't, y'all wouldn't be here. But like, just sucks that everything is essentially reliant on a lottery, and also my ability to edit. Which, hey, I think I'm gonna focus a lot on editing in the new year.
Oh, there! Well, it's over for them. But at least they get to spend time in a spacious new locker room.
Aw, I appreciate that. That is the strategy, by the way, if you ever get a golf club in this game, is that you want to do that 1-2 punch. You want to get a normal hit in because it does enough stun to open your opponent.
Feeling that one.
Oh, fuck.
Would you look at that? That opponent is gone.
Where am I at with challenges right now? Okay. No bitches?
I feel bad for any vegetarians in the audience, because today's match looks to be chock full.
Also, this is your daily reminder that Sunset Overdrive is one of the best games ever made, and you should play it. It's on Game Pass. Everything that you loved about Marvel Spider-Man is intrinsically tied to Insomniac's previous game, which was Sunset Overdrive. And it deserves a sequel, but it'll never get one.
We're setting up all of the premier loot drops for you now.
But I will fight for it until my dying breath. Lily, if you're still here, do you want to learn Windjammers with me?
And it's on. Anything can happen now. Watch your back. Such a pose. Oh, why am I getting emotional?
God, it'd actually be kind of funny if you do the swing attack like that, and if your opponent is next to a solid object, that it counts for a hit against that wall for every spin.
Battle's not over yet.
It's like you're bashing their head against the wall.
Nation, you sure gave them a piece of your mind, and by mind, I mean fist.
Alright. Let's grab the Cyclone. See, like with a multiplayer game, right? I don't necessarily feel as bad for jumping on a wave, because really think games like this live or die on the communities, and like if I'm not playing it right away, then I'm gonna miss out on it. But when it comes to single player games, right, like I feel like when I play a popular one, it just feels like I'm trying to play a new popular game for views, and I'm not really like doing anything substantial. I'm just playing a game for views. You know what I mean? I mean, I can't really say that I do that, considering I played through the entirety of fucking Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. I don't think I'd play games for views if I decided to play Kingdoms of Amalur. No, yeah. I genuinely enjoy this game. This is also a problem that I have, is where if I enjoy a game, usually it's a bad game. Cut to me being sad about Gigantic Battleborn, Monday Night Combat, Gotham City Imposters.
The ring's closing in. The contestants had better stay inside if they want to continue to compete.
I miss every single one of those games, and I would sell my soul to get any of them back and popular. I would sell my soul to bring Gigantic back, 100%. And Fable Legends. If I could get Fable Legends out of development hell and reform Lionhead Studios so that it gets made,
I'm receiving word that more crates are headed to the island.
I would do that. Die. Spoopy boo! Spoopy boo! Spoopy boo!
There's another rumbler out of the game.
No, I don't think I want to let that one go. That bot's name was Spoopy Boo.
Solid hit. Capital City. Look out, everyone. The ring is shrinking.
Huh? Oh, hi. Were you hiding behind the fence and I killed you too? Okay. I'll take it. Get wrecked, kid. Oh, shit. Oddly fitting, considering that I'm beating this character up. Tim, is this a playlist you made with a bunch of video game music? Yeah. Why is Snowden Town, of all the songs from Undertale, in this playlist? Because it's fucking cute. What do you want? It's a good song.
Elimination. The field of contestants grows smaller.
It's a cute song. It'll probably actually get me a copyright strike. I think Toby's been pretty strict on those.
Oh, here
Also, here's some Castle Crashers music.
competitors must be thanking the refs right now.
I adore Castle Crashers. Earlier in the stream, I was talking about wanting to speedrun it to see what that looks like.
My goodness, what an elimination!
Man, I am just gonna go ahead and win this one, huh? Just gonna go ahead and win it.
But not out. I hope they can keep this match going because I'm paid by the hour.
Tim, Castle Crusher collab with me is a threat. Yes.
Gonna need a replay on that one.
Which version? I have it for literally every console it ever came out for. I wish I was joking. Tim spends his money wisely by buying the same game 5 times. Lily! Castle Crasher collab. That's exactly what I was going to pull in here. When it came out for Switch, it was a must-buy. Which was the funniest thing ever, because when it was announced for Switch, I remember one of the tweets on the trailer was just like, if you think I'm going to buy this game for the 5th time in a row, you are 100% correct. Alright, we need a 4th. Who are we getting in here? And obviously we have to do insane mode, right? We're gonna beat the game twice, right?
Oh, here we go. More crits are headed your way.
You want me to level another character to 99 for insane mode? I remember on the Xbox 360 version, there was... My friend had a glitch save. Where he had a level 256 character or whatever. Oh, hi. I'll leave you alone if you leave me alone. Look, it's Rust rules. Or not Rust, it's Tarkov rules. I just say, hey, fuck off.
And I hear they've also got a great eye for interior design.
My go-to is always, why? If anyone ever shoots me in a video game where you have the option not to, my response is always, why?
Let's hope shoes provide good arch support.
Oh, bye!
But now you must chase your next one. What an entertaining cycle we're all trapped in.
Yeah, I know. I enjoyed my time in Dark and Darker, even if I'm terrible at it. They need to make spells better. Or at least more generous with the targeting radius. That's my hot take. Not that Wizard needs it, but Cleric absolutely does. Especially, like, Cleric's cast window, or at least, like, targeting range on a cast window needs to be slightly larger, especially when applying buffs to teammates. Doesn't need to be huge, it just needs to be, like, a slightly wider cone.
Who's next?
I'll also mention I've never played Tarkov. I've played the Cycle. I played quite a bit of the Cycle Frontier. Because I was an alpha tester. If you're wondering if you get anything for it, no. Literally nothing. I do actually think that the Cycle Frontier has a lot of good ideas compared to Tarkov, from what I've seen of both games.
I'm almost speechless.
But
What an awesome hit!
that gameplay loop, as somebody who's like a big RPG person, is always just like, no, but I earned this and I want to keep it.
Rumbler is going match beforehand? I'd hate for them to cramp up.
But I might jump back in. To whatchamaffuck, to Cycle Frontier one of these days.
Look at that.
Just cuz.
What a display!
This is a messy final ring. I also know that Kiki loves Hunt Showdown, but, like, I don't know. Everything I've played of it is fine, and I like doing it with friends, but it is not my kind of game. I think if you're gonna have me be in a... Like, the one reason the Cycle Frontier resonates with me is because, like, time to kill is shorter. I think if you're going to have, like, a permadeath, lose all your items style of game, you shouldn't have that gameplay style also be you die in one hit, basically. This is...
7.
maybe that's a hot take. But it's my take.
7.
Tarkov and Hunt time to kill is really short. Yeah. It's because they strive for the realism.
That happens.
Which I get. But, you know. Hey, well, we got a couple of great plays. A couple of good kills. We're also, like, nearly done the Battle Pass. Which I'm kind of happy about. But I'm going to be calling it here. Because my butt hurts. And I need to not be sitting at my desk. Cannot wait for that chair to finish processing on Throne. Please, Throne, process that purchase faster. Please, I need my chair. It was fully funded. I'll remind everyone again as we sign off. Like, thank you for all the support. Thank you to Winter, Rarnix, and all of the anonymous donors. Thank you guys for watching my stream. I think my games master and good friend Gwen is live doing some Ocarina of Time, really? Okay. Yeah, let's go bug her. No thank you. I'm chubby in real life, my character is chubby. I'm not changing that. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna rest. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Soulstone Survivors. That'll be the last stream of the year. I'm gonna mostly spend some of that time talking. I prefer to be chubby. There's not enough chubby representation, and I want to be that for people. I'm cute anyway. Exactly. Brain. It'll be the last stream of the year. I'm going to be maybe taking a bit of a break. I'll talk more about that tomorrow. But I want to take a break at the start of the year to iron some stuff out and to edit some VODs. But I want to thank everybody for the support, for being kind, for watching my streams, and for engaging in chat. That is the big one. Lurkers, I see you. Trust me, I do. Because I obsessively look at the viewer count. But it's the people who talk to me that stick out in my mind. The names I recognize. And I appreciate that a lot. Anyway, have a great night. Or else, thank you for watching. The raid begins now. Ta-ta.